Good evening, everybody. Hello, and welcome to another F1 Friday with GreyOps. I hope you're all doing well. Why can I hear myself about 3 times? That's better now. I've muted that. Oh no, I'm hearing myself again.
Well, good evening to everyone that's watching the Potter. I was waiting for Hawkins to say his thing, but he's overcoming technical issues, which is not uncommon in the GreyOps world.
I had your stream unmuted as well.
Yeah. So I can hear me, I can hear you. I'm going to mute the TV so I can just see us. Yeah, I got all them done.
Yeah, they never come up in the right Z order for me. Red Dog. Did I send you an invite? I certainly meant. Anyway, as I was about to say before I realised I was hearing myself 3 times, welcome to another Friday with GreyOps. As usual, I'm AD.
I'm JBG.
And we are GreyOps, 2 wheelsmiths taking down AI drivers, 1 F1 circuit at a time.
Yes.
Like that, wasn't it?
That's good. You probably practiced that all week, eh?
No, I suddenly thought, what was it I said last week? Okay, so Red Dog's in. We haven't got Rob yet. I'll invite him again. We'll have a chat, but
exactly, yeah.
Go in and then. So anyone who hasn't seen this format of ours before, what it is it's a private online lobby. Originally, it started out with JBG and I playing an online co-op career mode, but there's so much extra shit in the career mode that you spend, 20 minutes getting to a race, and then. You start a race and find out that only the guy on pole actually starts on the racetrack and the other 19 cars start in the pit lane.
And stuff like that.
Yes, and things like that. So what we decided, we would bin that. And what we're doing is we're working through the F1 season. Are we going to do Portugal at the end?
I would say, if it's available, I would do them.
It's in the game, so... but
the only one I would not want to do is Monaco, but we skipped over that anyway.
We've just passed Monaco. Monaco would have been this race, but who wants to watch 2 inept drivers crashing every other corner at Monaco for 20 laps?
Exactly.
So we decided to skip that. So yeah, it's an online private invite-only lobby with 10 AI cars, myself and JBG, and a select cadre of invited drivers.
I'm going to say whoever else wants to join in.
Yeah, as long as you've raced with me before and I know that you're a clean racer, I don't care how quick you are.
Slower the better, but yeah, we don't mind how quick.
Yeah, the slower the better, ideally. Hey Dog as well, by the way. We don't care if you're slow or prone to accidents or spin every other corner, as long as you don't take people off down the straight just because they had the gall to overtake you. Having that happen to you in a 25% race is not much fun. JBG needs to mute his phone.
Probably yes, can't hear it with his do not disturb. I don't want to trigger your...
I don't know how you cope with it, because I can hear it as if it's in the room with me. So
well, that's the reason why I do it.
Yeah. What sort of
do not disturb.
In the room with me.
I do it so that I don't miss my job. Working at home, if like you wander downstairs or your kid comes in and distracts you, you don't want to miss the important call.
About that, I don't get important calls, so
yeah, well,
I get lots of unimportant ones. Don't mind missing them. So with us tonight, we have Red Dog of Canada fame. He's going to be pleased because it's his home Grand Prix is the first race, and Dog the Foog, who I believe is in the US at the moment.
Should we get into the track and then carry on talking about the track?
We may as well do that because we do have a single practice session, which is 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that.
It's about 28 minutes, I think.
Yeah, followed by short quali and then a 25% race. So
let's go.
So, shall we go? Let's go, says JBG, without actually readying up.
Well, I wasn't going to. You know what it's like. I'm going to leave it to you to control it, because if I ready up,
yeah. Just a request, once we get into the actual race grid, please, the 2 guys who are with us, don't ready up immediately. Just give us a chance to have a chat about setup and strategy and stuff like that. We're not playing an online 5-lap race. There's no need to dive straight in and and ready up, please. I certainly am loading setup, so it doesn't take me too long, but I know some people like to tweak their setups or maybe have a think about strategy.
I've created my own setups so I can share them, number one, and I'm planning on maybe talking about them to see what anyone else thinks.
Fair enough.
So it'd be interesting to get some feedback because I'm trying to learn about setups. I have created my own setups and tailored them, but I'm not entirely sure how that I can get around the track on them pretty effectively.
Well, talking of setups, ideal time for me to plug Sim Racing Centre setups, !SRC in the chat. We'll get you an affiliate code which helps to support the channel, so please use that if you can, as well as a discount code which gets you 10% off anything you buy from them. They do setups for all the major racing games, F1, Assetto Corsa, iRacing. They'll even do training sessions, lap analysis, and if you're that serious, they'll race engineer you. I can wholeheartedly recommend their setups as someone who has no clue how to set up an F1 car. Of course, JVG is now rapidly overtaking me in that regard.
Well, the interesting thing is I find it all fascinating, and I used to use the Accelerate setups, but the last few months I found them increasingly difficult to drive with. Yeah. And even the safe ones really difficult to drive with. So I thought, right, instead of moaning about it, let me find out how they work. So the way I've got this, I typically on a practice session have 6.2 laps per setup. So I've got what I've come to on this as far as I'm going to be doing my practices using my race setup, which is designed to have a little less stability in the corners, but more pace going down the straight. And I've gone for like quite a big distance between the front wing and the rear wing. Allegedly, having that big difference allows you to create more straight speed, whereas having the front wing and rear wing closer together plants the car more on the ground, apparently, and means that you have more traction, more downforce, and slower speed. So this is fairly standard. Yeah, there isn't a huge amount. So once you've got the aerodynamics, then you do the transmission. Essentially, on a race pace, you're going to largely have your differential on throttle is either going to be very high or 100. The differential adjustment off throttle is probably going to be 50 to 30, depending on how much control you want going through corners. And then engine braking is typically going to be 100% or to give you as much power and boost and assistance in braking. No one sets anything.
Also recharges your ERS a lot quicker.
Yeah, that's what I meant, the battery, yeah. So the suspension geometry no one sets and just leaves it all blank. So the suspension's the only other thing really that you're going to be paying any mind to. So a lot of people set the front suspension to 41, which is stiff, so that they can set the rear ride height as very low, so that your car isn't bouncing up and down and slowing you down. Well, I like a bit of a softer front end, and I'll have the car back end higher. The rear suspension, I have that quite soft. A lot of people have that. I have that a little bit stiffer. Most people just set that to 1. So the first two settings are often 41 and 1, and you'll find that on like 90% of the tracks. And so the two key settings here are the anti-roll bar front and rear, and that determines, of course, how much movement you get as you're going round corners. And usually that's set very stiff as well. So the only other settings really is the ride height, and I've got this set quite high, purely because Canada is a road circuit and there's lots of bumps. And then the brakes, I typically sit at 54 front brake bias, maybe drop to 55 if I'm struggling with locking. Right, so let's get out there on my hards. And one thing I do when I go out for my practice laps is I do my first few practice laps with no ERS whatsoever, just so that I'm driving around just me in the car. Do you know what I mean? Getting a feel for. And then I'll turn it to medium ERS, auto medium, and then auto hot lap, and then maybe play around with some overtake mode. just to get into the swing of taking these corners with greater speed. And I forgot to put them on, but I've now got sticky socks. Because the Logitech pedals are like a glossy metal, the socks are like Pilates socks, and stick my feet to the pedal, which is otherwise on the throttle, because you're on and off that all the time. My feet would slip, and I constantly felt like my foot was going to slide off the throttle. Since we last played this 2 weeks ago, I've also now got an Omega driving frame.
One as I've got, I believe, which I can definitely recommend, especially if you're short of space. Holds up very nicely for me.
Folds up nicely, plus it's very stable.
Oh dear.
That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're okay.
Oh well, that's my practice over.
Oh no.
Wall of Champions claimed me. Oh, I forgot to select the right race suit. I can change that now that I'm out.
You mean your livery?
I think the livery's right. I created a race suit that matched the livery, but I forgot to actually equip it.
I forgot to turn off VRS, so I'm running around with medium.
Are you hearing that, JVG? Choco's commenting on your setup.
Ah, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen anything in my chat or your chat.
Well, it's in my chat. And it should be being mirrored to yours. Let me just double check that. Chat. It's not. So. Chat mirroring is now back on. What Chocolate said was, looking at that setup, the only thing I would say is that high wing gap is generally bad on this game. Most of the time you want your wings to be the same or have the front wing slightly lower.
Oh, okay. Yes, I understand what Choco's saying. This is my race setup. So it'd be interesting to see what it's like. I have tested it before, of course.
Yeah,
but I tend to be faster down the straights with a wider gap.
Yeah, it says a high wing gap will make the car very pointy, so it'll turn well in the corners, but you'll have an unstable rear end. Much like me some of the time. But anyway, let's not go into that. You're welcome to join us if you fancy, Choco, by the way. It's just a bit of fun. You can drop in and out whenever you like. We're doing a single practice session, short quali, and a 25% race. We're at Canada to start with, and we're going to do as many races as we get through, basically. So if you want to fire up the Quattro, get your controller out, you're more than welcome.
Does Choco race with a controller as well?
He does on 24 because he doesn't like it and he doesn't want to get used to it with his wheel. But he's just said he's preparing for a league race, so he tends not to race 24. I know if the answer's yes, you can't talk about it much Choco, but have you got access to the beta? I have, but I haven't had a chance to try it yet. I've read some very unflattering things about the handling model. You should have an invite, Rob, if you want to join us. Have you had a chance to play it yet? I realise you're not really supposed to talk about it too much, but...
Sounds like it didn't stop other people.
This was in the EA forums. I've been reading this specifically for the beta. You're already in, Rob? Oh, you are. I didn't see that. Apologies. Okay. Have a look in the beta forums on the EA forums. There's some people saying certain things that aren't hugely complimentary. As I say, I haven't even driven it yet, so I have no comment. I ran it up and I ran in. Yeah. I don't know how much we're allowed to talk about. I think it's actually nothing, but that's not what's happening on the internet in general. So, but engine braking has gone, or at least the configuration of it in your setup, I believe. Again, I haven't seen it myself.
So that means ERS is going to play less of a part this.
Again, the ERS. No, ERS is still there.
And of course, it's still there.
That is fair, Choco. Yes.
23 to 24 ERS played a much bigger part in the gameplay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've read some comments of how the discharge rate is different and the charge rate is different to 24.
Yeah, so it'll probably be a slower charge and slower discharge.
Yeah, I can't remember which way round it is. Rob's not using his McLaren livery like he threatened. I never thought to check what livery I was actually driving, whether I had picked the correct one. So, Red, if you're listening, I don't know if Salit, you want to invite him. I checked and didn't see him online. I think you have to configure it outside the game, outside of the lobby, and then select it. And then when you join the lobby, it uses whatever you've got selected.
So did you set the AI to 95?
I did.
It's still pretty quick, eh?
Yeah, it's 2/10 ahead of me, the fastest lap so far. What tyres were they on? If you look, you're on stream now, Rob. I'm following you, so if you can see the stream.
Well, at least I'm not invalidated yet, which is usually my MO.
You can see yourself if you look at my stream, Rob. That is you.
I dropped Race Labs.
Oh, did you?
Yep. Just I went onto their Discord and said to them, what are your plans for making it work with F1 24 and 25? They never answered.
Okay.
Someone else had asked the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's
them either.
They didn't even do it for F1 23. They're still on F1 22, aren't they? I think.
Yep.
So they're already 2 years behind and about to go 3 behind. I guess, like you said, their focus is probably on iRacing. Certainly, all the new features. We don't go back to the menus, Dog. We go straight into qualifying. I think. Yeah, not to worry, Rob. Rob has also invalidated. We should get Choco on to commentate, shouldn't we?
I'm sure Choco's got better things to do than tax his vocal cords on a Friday night when he's relaxing.
Indeed.
Or certainly tax his vocal cords screaming at us bumbling around the track.
And AD spins again. I had a really good night on Wednesday. I don't know why. A couple of races, I was just on fire. I drove Silverstone with a default setup, qualified third or fourth, and finished like second or third through actually battling with people. And then at Qatar, Craggy was in, who's, everywhere else was like a good second and a half a lap quicker than me. I was actually keeping up with him at Qatar. I've got a feeling he was going a little bit easy on me, but I managed to win the race. So I don't know what Mrs. H had put in my shredded wheat that morning, but it obviously was working well.
I heard arsenic heightens the senses.
Oh yeah. For the short period that you live after taking it.
Apparently arsenic takes forever to kill you.
Yeah, is it arsenic that takes of almonds? That they put it in your cup of tea for weeks and weeks before you actually die from it.
I read one book where a guy, this is fictional, wallpapered his wife's study and put arsenic in the paste.
Oh, right.
Took like 5 years to kill her.
Fair enough. Who's JBG got behind him? They're too close together, but I think it's an AI, so rules are off, by the way, for the people who are worried about getting out of AI's way. The only rule that's on is corner cutting. You should be going quicker with this AI behind you, JBG. He's almost pushing you down the straights. Rob yet to set a lap. We got Dog 2/10 behind me. Red second and a half or so behind. $12 left on the clock. Rob's jumped ahead of JBG. Not a great lap though. 2.5 seconds behind me, which is a lot slower than I would expect Rob to be normally. Probably hasn't got a setup for Canada. Although we've done Canada in SDRL, so we should. I'm halfway through my first beer as well. Oh, just for a little bit of context for later as well, my breaks may be slightly longer tonight than usual because I'm home alone with Robin. He's currently locked away in Kai's room, but he will need feeding about 10 o'clock. And, he's being let out a lot more. So he's probably not going to like being cooped up in there for too long. So I may have to go and say hello and spend a bit of time with him.
You soft old thing.
I am. He's really good company during the day.
Yeah.
When he's not trying to hack, you probably see it, or probably not. He's suddenly become very bitey. He used to sort of nip like little kitten nips, which was fine. But now he's worked out that if he presses harder, he can do more damage. So trying to dissuade him from that. Was that Rob invalidated? No, he was very lucky. He seemed to cut that corner an awful lot. But yeah, he's he used to be locked in Kai's room pretty much all day, except I would take a break every hour or so and go in and see him, and then he would have his lunch, and I would be in there and play with him. But now he tends to be locked away in the mornings because I have meetings and stuff most mornings, and then after lunch I just let him out, and as long as he's not in this room pestering me too much, he's been pretty much okay. Chopsy's off school in a week or two for Easter. So once Chopsy's home, we'll just let him out all the time because there'll be someone to keep an eye on him if need be. Make sure he's not ripping the sofa to pieces and stuff like that. Things I just can't really be doing all day while I'm supposed to be working. So I'm gradually dropping down the order. 7/10 behind pole. Cody Xiao. All of these names, by the way, for the AI, I think they are online racers I've raced against. I think it picks online.
I don't know whether it's people you've raced against, but they certainly people that are online, I think.
Right, okay. But I've certainly raced this. Then no, a lot of these aren't my friends. I don't recognise a lot of these names. But when I used to play on the PlayStation, for example, I would often find myself racing against my wife or Chops because they have PlayStation accounts on the same PlayStation.
Right.
So I would quite frequently beat Chopsy in races.
Right, I'm now putting on my gloves.
Top hat. Putting on your white tile.
Well, I've got gloves. It's purely just so that they're my work gloves. I didn't buy racing gloves.
A lot of people wear racing gloves if their steering wheels have got like Alcantara or something.
I think the G920 whatever it's got has got like 1.1 newtons of belt-driven feedback.
Yeah, but, it's mostly people wear them just to protect the wheel. If it's like a leather or cloth.
Well, I was watching this video, and this guy said it just gives you better grip, and you're not sweating on the steering wheel and stuff like that. So, and it's a little bit more immersion. Right.
As is having a dog chase you around the track.
Yes. So let's go to softs. Do one lap in soft. One.
I'm not sure what Rob's doing, but he's having lots of fun.
Rob likes to not do any laps in practice, if I remember rightly.
He's checking the strength of all of the trackside barriers at the moment.
Oh, it's okay. So like doing steward duties.
Yes, he's like driving the safety car into the barriers at every opportunity, to make sure they're. I don't know if he's trying to retire or wreck the car, but he just needs to go too quickly into the champion's wall like I did. So I've been looking around for films to watch tomorrow night. One of the ones, a film I'd never heard of, and the Rotten Tomatoes review is not particularly promising, but it sounds an interesting premise. It's set on the ISS with Russian and American astronauts on board the ISS when nuclear war breaks out on Earth. And it seems both countries tell their astronauts to gain control over the ISS. So then there's a fight on the ISS between the Russians and the Americans. So I might watch that. Seems like a bit of mindless silliness.
Yes, that's actually the basic plot behind 2010.
Sort of, yes. They do have to retreat to their individual spaceships, don't they, in 2010? Before... I won't spoil it in case anyone hasn't seen it / read it. One of my favourite films, 2010. I quite enjoy that. I just finished the book on which the film Mickey 17 is based on. It was all right, as was the film. So Chopsy enjoyed it. So I'm dropping ever down the order, but I'm still only 7/10 behind. It's not like the pole position has got a lot quicker. Just all the people in between me and pole have got quicker than me. We got Dog in there, 1:11.5, a couple of tenths ahead of me. Rob's on an out lap.
What lap time did you set?
1:11.7. I think that was like my second lap on mediums.
Yeah,
All the faster times are on. All the faster times are on softs, apart from. Well, there's a couple of guys have run mediums in there, but whether that was what their fastest time was on, I don't know. Down to the last 4 minutes of the session. People will be heading out to get their last laps in. Red Dog is in the pits. Wonder if he's going to be fitting a new set of tyres and coming out. Rob just getting his tyres warmed up before starting a proper lap. Little nudge of the champion's wall, I think. Still swerving on the straight, so he's actually not happy with his tyre temperatures, already invalidated. Probably invalidated in the last chicane, I guess, which has also invalidated this lap. Who does he have behind him? It's an AI, so he doesn't need to worry too much. JBG's getting on, also invalidated, although was half a tenth up in his first sector.
Yeah, I aborted that lap.
Red Dog now on an out lap, as is Dog the Foog. I started Watch Dogs last night. I don't know if you're aware.
I watched some of it, yes.
Oh yeah.
I
enjoyed it.
The constant glitching that was part of the game really messed with my playback.
I wasn't sure if that was actually supposed to be like that or not. I must try and find a YouTube video or something. It was only in the cutscenes, but it got to the point where it looked like it wasn't deliberate, if you see what I mean. So I don't know.
Yeah, it seemed like it was part of it, but it was messy.
Yeah. Wonder if it's something to do with the graphics setup I've got. Yeah, I'll have to try and find somebody else who streamed it or something and compare it with mine, because it did look worse than it perhaps should have been. It looked like a deliberate effect that had just gone over the top. But yeah, I was quite enjoying it. It's kind of another like chill Grand Theft Auto where you're not always running around killing people. There's a bit more, just driving around to places and things like that.
It reminded me of the mob game you play.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's quite like Mafia, with the sort of semi-hacking style element. Certain amount of puzzling going on to work out how to get to various places, sort of thing. So it's about a 30-hour game or so. Mafia is due out in September sometime, I think. Ewok Plays. Yeah, I've never played it myself. OE? Do you mean what one? It's the first one I'm playing. I'm going to play through them in order, not necessarily consecutively. Yeah, I've started with the first one. 30 seconds remaining.
112.4, 112.5 is about my capacity right now.
Fair enough, JBG. Yeah, I spoke to Cheeky, who's played them all, and is quite a big fan of the series, and he said there's no reason not to play the first one, even though it's over 10 years old.
I can remember Watch Dogs coming out, actually.
Yeah.
I had a... Do you know what someone did this week to me, which I'm really stunned by, is they gained access to my Microsoft account. I didn't have two-factor authentication on, but I had a very secure password, created by a password manager.
Mm-hmm.
They got access into my Microsoft account so that they could go into LinkedIn, take control of my LinkedIn, and then never did anything with my email other than just confirm the change of details in LinkedIn. And then it was really weird. So I immediately went back into my Microsoft, locked it down and two-factored it and everything else I could factor into it with a change of password and everything so that they wouldn't get back in again. And then I contacted LinkedIn. But the LinkedIn prove who you are thing, there's like it shows you a QR code, just wouldn't work. Right. So the account is deleted now for a period of 14 days if I can find something to prove my ID.
Okay.
But it was I just felt like I'd been violated. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not an open... Sorry, JBD, I'm just answering a question in the chat. It's not an open lobby Ewok, but it is. There are some humans in there who I have raced against online. I don't want to open this up just to everybody because they're 25% races, and I don't want to run the risk of someone, throwing a strop and taking people out just for the hell of it. So it's a private lobby with 10 AI cars currently. I don't think ghosting is on. No, Rob. It's on for griefing or whatever they call, but it wasn't permanently on. So you will have been getting slipstreams and stuff and holding people up, but rules are off. So apart from track limits, so you won't get any penalties for holding people up in quali or anything like that. But try not to do it with the humans.
So I think Rob is McLaren 95174 by the...
Yeah, that should update now. It's because he joined the session late.
Right.
It should pick it up now at the start of this session.
Right, no, this is Wally. Funny, whenever I do.
The report's good. We're looking at a dry session.
I've started.
Yeah, Rob's in the telemetry now.
Fired up. We're set.
Right. Okay. I see now. Yeah. No, I'm not doing it here, but when I've been playing with the AI, my first quali lap is a mediums.
Oh yeah.
Because if I do a quali with softs, I tend to tense up a bit because I know I've got to go fast. But if I do it with mediums, I tend to relax a bit more because I'm not expecting to do a fast lap, but I typically only go slightly slower.
Yeah, let's try not to get in each other's way for quali, but there's no penalty for it. So
yeah, I'm keeping my eye out. I've got a blue car behind me.
Yeah, for my quali, I tend to go out on softs with like 7 laps worth of fuel on my first run and do 3 fast runs with slow down laps in between.
Trouble is, you do 2 fast laps on 2 fast laps on these softs at this track, and you're done for. Are you on a lap, Hawkins?
No, I stopped because I wasn't sure if you were.
We do some better comms, eh?
Yeah.
Because that worked last time when we were telling each other.
Yeah, all right. I'm on a slow down lap now.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to follow you. I'm going to slipstream you my phone.
Fair enough.
I'm not.
If you can keep up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Red.
Thank you, Red Dog. That was you. I haven't got names on, so I can't see.
Right, we're right on the cusp now. We've been pushed down to P11.
JVG. This ain't going well. P11. How far behind am I?
We've dropped to P11.
110.7 to a 110.3. Oh, I'm only 4/10 down.
Pitting this lap then. Come into the pits at the end of this lap. We've only got 2 laps of fuel left.
that's the pit entry there.
Uh,
Well, the speed limit line, I meant. I thought the speed limit line was after the corners on the way in. Okay, so I've done a 1:10.7. 1:10.3 is the fastest.
wow, 1:10.7. That's...
JBG a 1:12.1. Dogfoog a 1. Oh, hold on. How is Dogfoog behind JBG with a faster lap time? And that. Rob
he's
yet to set a time.
1:11.545. Doesn't
Yeah,
look
and
like
you're
he
at
validated it either.
Okay,
mate,
yeah, you're a
best lap so
1:12.1.
far, 1 minute 10.7.
I guess he must have been validated for it to have put him behind you.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it here.
But he's ahead of Red Dog, so I don't know.
I've got the same thing here on
My wheel just
telemetry tool.
tried to rip itself out of my hands then. Right. Fresh tyres, minimum fuel. How long have we got?
It's pretty quiet
7
on track.
minutes.
We should consider getting out there now. All clear the garage, please. Cars ready to leave.
See if we can get 2 runs in.
Nice to get in the 1:11s.
Right, we're right on the cusp now. We've been pushed down to P11.
I see you behind me, JBG.
I can't see chat.
Oh, okay, fair enough, Dog.
Log off.
No, he said he thinks the time on our screens is glitched because he hit the wall on the last corner.
It's not showing up as invalidated.
But he thinks it should be a lot slower than that, is what he's saying, I think.
Oh, okay.
Should have been invalid.
Okay, we've only got 1 lap of fuel remaining.
I just want 1/10 off my time. Nope. Yes, that's my first ever.
That's the 6th row of the grid.
1:11.
I set a purple first sector and then screwed it up in the middle.
Yeah, the Canada is just waiting for you to mess it up, eh?
Yeah,
it gives you every opportunity to mess it up.
I thought I'd done really well in this corner I'm in now, but just took slightly too much curve on the way in. Stepped the back end out. Got 4 minutes, so I should be able to get another run in. Oh, no, not first gear.
Everyone else is in the pits. Maybe they're all going to go out now.
I wanted to get in quickly. 3.5 minutes should be enough time to get new tyres on and out as they turn me around quickly.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy with my 1:11.
Yeah, I was a good 3 or 4 tenths up in the first sector on my previous lap. And then,
I was up, but then I lost it all in the middle sector. So coming out of that hairpin at the end, I was like in the red. And then I managed to claw back just under 2 tenths going through the hairpin, through the chicane, which is the dichotomy is that usually I lose time there. I've never done a 1:11 in, I think, ever. I'm happy with that.
Everyone ready? Okay, let's go.
I'm only 2 seconds behind Rob.
2.5 minutes to get round. That should be all right.
Obviously racing over, I don't know how many laps. I think it's 14, isn't it?
No idea.
Or is it 18? It's 18, isn't it? It's such a short track. You know what made all the difference, don't you?
Well,
Putting the gloves on.
obviously.
Uh-huh.
That and the sticky socks.
Yeah, the sticky socks are brilliant. They're like Pilates socks. They cost about $2.99. You buy racing socks and they're like 20 quid each.
My slippers do me fine. Could get my race boots out if I really wanted to be posing.
Well, the race boots apparently are rubbish for Sims.
Oh, right. Well,
You need deck, what they call deck shoes. Apparently they're the best.
the reason I own race shoes is because, well, first of all, I used to race the Westfield, so I had
You used to race
but
old
even
bangers,
before
didn't
then, I used to wear karting shoes to drive the Westfield, because normal shoes I would be hitting all 3 pedals with 1 foot practically.
Right.
Balls that up. Trying to set me ERS mode, too busy talking.
Yeah. Let me load up. I know we don't have Park Ferme, but I might as well load up the race setup now.
"30 seconds left in the session."
Okay, so I've got that middle chicane a bit better.
$1:10.6. Two seconds faster than... Remember when I first started, I was like 3.6 seconds behind you. It's taken a year for me to catch up 2 seconds.
If I hadn't fucked the start of that lap up, I was over a tenth quicker in the final sector. And I think I got the middle sector quite good as well. Sector 1 was just awful. Did a 19.9, my best. That
Is your car an AI at the moment?
It is, yeah. That's never helpful, dog. Rob on pole by a fair margin, 6 tenths.
Yep, not unexpected, is it? Oh, sorry, Dog the Foog.
I'll take P6 given I was down in P13 for most of that session.
So turn 3 that's the first chicane, isn't it? I think that dog food. Yeah. It's interesting. It would be really useful if Twitch could tell you what time the message was sent.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't hold you up in the quali. I was very, very aware in quali that.
No, that message was from practice, JBG. So.
Oh, okay. That's all right then. I don't care about that. Oh.
Okay, so don't ready up, everybody, please. Yeah, don't ready up, please. I'm dealing with this.
Cool.
Race strategy. So, what's your strategy, JBG?
Let me have a quick look.
The trouble with running F1 World Cars is you've got no idea who your teammate is.
Yeah, well, kind of it. Yeah. Do we have teammates?
Yeah, you will still share a pit box with somebody.
Right.
I'm going to go 8-10 medium hard. In fact, I might go 9 laps on the medium and 9 on the hard, or 7 on the medium. We'll see. I can extend the mediums out probably to lap 11.
I'm going to start. Yeah, I'm going to do my 8 laps on the mediums at first.
Yeah.
Just to have the better grip while I've got a car full of fuel.
Yep.
I can't be trusted.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I am ready with strategy, etc. JBG.
Yeah, I'm just.
Rob, Red, and Dog, if you can let us know in the chat once you're ready, and then we know everyone's done and we can ready up.
So I'm planning on pitting on lap 8.
Yeah, I'm going to try and go to 9. Okay, so Rob
on
is
mediums.
ready. Just
yeah.
Wait for Red. Fair enough, Dog. I take it that means you're ready. Just waiting on Red, who is a tweaker, he says.
Telemetry talk keeps telling me my tyres are. My front left is underinflated.
Yeah. So we haven't got a lap count yet. Find out in 10 seconds or so.
It's 18.
18. What? Oh, yeah, it was 9 and 9, wasn't it? We did have a lap count because we were talking about strategies.
That start
Rob's
was
gone.
okay. Now stay alert for threats around you.
Well, everyone else is on the hards. Me, anyway.
We can now use DRS. DRS now available. You might experience some understeer now that you're in the wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as soon as possible.
I'm on 2 warnings already.
Battery charge is high. Let's use that overtake button a bit more. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Well done. Tyre condition still looking good.
Didn't mean to overtake there, but he moved out my way, so. Got pitted already. Trying to be clever with his strategy. Run the whole race on hards.
Okay, clear. Okay, we've been given a time penalty. It will go against our finishing time at the end of the race. Get your head down and let's get it done.
Uh-oh.
Caution, caution.
Through goes Hawkins.
approaching the pit window now, and you're going to be on hards next time.
You're never getting through there, Mr. Chairman.
Confirmed, we'll receive you at the end of this lap. Okay, go, go, go! Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
My medium's got to my medium's got to 15% on the rears, and I was all over the place. Lost 16 seconds in the last 2 laps. Yeah, I'll look back and see what I did differently, but I didn't feel like I was driving any differently, but just lost the rear end twice.
If you think you can get past, make use of the overtake button.
Just fuck.
2 warnings in the same lap.
No tyre concerns at the moment, just focus on the driving.
The chairman again. Geez, the AI is all over the place.
Okay, gap ahead, 4.0 seconds.
Oh. Was in third, now I'm in 12th. Thanks for that, Corn. I'll try and sort that chat out once we get to the end of this race.
Had to happen eventually. Got my 3-second warning.
I'm on 6. Both of them I got within a single lap of each other. I think all 3 warnings were on the same lap both times.
And gap to the car in front, 4.5 seconds.
Get to within 3 seconds of Dog, I'll get his place. The Dog might go off
Green
and give
flag.
me place anyway.
Okay, so all of our tyre pressure data is currently reading 0. Assuming they still look inflated to you, we're going to guess that it's just a bad sensor. Shouldn't be anything to worry about. Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 3.4 seconds.
Wheel on the grass on the outside of turn 2 is not a good idea.
Okay, this is your final lap of the race.
Oh, come on, AD, what are you doing? Someone changed my rear tyres for solid ones like you have on kids' bikes.
That's what it felt like for me on my mediums those last 2 laps before I pitted.
We're only on 16%. So.
I know, exactly. That's exactly what mine were on, the 2 rears. I quite often feel with Canada I don't race a lap. I survive it.
Yeah. I was going well then. I was up in third, and then just had a
not our best outing there, was it? We didn't quite
yeah,
hit the objectives we set.
I was doing well. And then I had I had 2 spins on the mediums, and then I came out of the track thinking, right, on my hards, and I spun on the first corner, and I lost 20 seconds all told. I couldn't catch it up. I recovered 10 seconds of that. I guess Red Dog must have spun at one point, or was being super careful.
Rob pitted on lap 2 to go to hards. I don't know whether he was trying to be smart.
Rob being smart?
Well, trying to be cocky. So far out in front, I think he thought, oh, well, I'll just come.
Wow, Red Dog overtook you, eh?
Yeah, I had 3 spins in the last 2 laps.
Yeah. In the club. Crappy, eh? Because you were like 15 seconds ahead of Red.
Yeah. Yeah, I overtook Red at one point, and I think then he stopped. And then, yeah, I just gifted him the...
That was interesting strategy from Red, though. So I think he went hards.
What was it?
Soft, he did 12 laps on hards. Was it hards?
Yeah.
Mediums?
No, hards.
No. 12 on hards and 5 on softs. That was quite a good strategy, actually. But he seemed to be faster in the first half. He was right on my tail in the first half.
All right, well, don't ready up for Spain. I need to go and refill my beer.
Oh, you've gone straight back to the lobby. I wanted to save that race.
Well, we can't influence yours. You still get 30 odd seconds to save it. Anyway, right, I'll be back in probably a little over 5 minutes because I've got to fill my beer and get a cat and perhaps corral him back.
Right, so there's no saving that then.
Well, like I say, we can't advance your game. Even if we advance, you still.
I didn't advance it. I was talking on the.
Oh, well,
I was talking.
Fair enough. Right. Okay. I'll be back in a certain amount.
If we could avoid advancing after the game in future, that would be useful.
Okay, doke. See you in a bit. Bye. Cool. Everybody.
I will.
That's a good idea. Remind me about that. If you give me a couple of minutes and then start practice, then that's fine by me.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's good. Oh yeah, these curbs. You have to really take them.
Right, no spins this time, AD. Come on.
At least we have the same number of spins.
Yeah.
Okay, track's green right now, so take a few laps to get the tyres up to temp and get yourself in the zone.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy Christmas.
I feel bad now that we've been giving Robin more and more freedom to basically lock him away for all of tonight. Usually he'd be out and running around playing and stuff from about 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
I wouldn't worry.
Hey Oscar, you're welcome to join if you fancy. We're just starting practice in Spain. Will be about half-hour practice. We've got 27 minutes left, then a short qualifying and 25% race.
Okay, just want to remind you to keep an eye on your tyre temperatures, which you can do on the temperature panel.
We've got 10 AI cars and 5 humans, I think.
And surface temperature, and you'll get the best performance when they're both inside a normal operating window. Surface temps tend to fluctuate faster, so try a few laps with the data open and get a feel for how to control them.
Yeah, just shout if you want an invite, Oscar. We're going to be doing Spain, then Austria, and then possibly Silverstone, depending on how time goes. Okay, well, let me know when you're ready. I'll get you an invite. It's a closed lobby, so no open lobby shenanigans. Oops, you've just got the AI to worry about, who were a bit nasty to me in Canada, actually. Kept squeezing their way into gap that didn't exist. On 15.6 for dog on hards.
You take that last corner in 6th, 7th or 8th?
6th usually, I think. $15.5 for dog. $15.5 for me as well. Telemetry reckons I did a 12. Not seeing you online, Oscar. See if you're in my offline list.
I don't know who I just hit then going into the last 2 corners. That was not deliberate.
There you go. I've sent you an invite in my offline list. Let me know if you don't get that.
Huh. going to have a wing. Anyone coming into the pits will probably spot my wing on the floor. Wall. Tricky. Ow. Oh, I know what my problem is. I didn't put my gloves on. Right, now you all better watch out. Funny, I really struggled. Why am I breaking?
Thank you, Red.
Okay, we've got 4 laps of fuel remaining.
I'm interested to know whether anyone switches down to 6 on that last corner, or there.
I think I could change up, but I generally just stay in 6th because you lose enough speed in the corner to.
I'm typically in 7th coming up to it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I went from 5th to 6th and then stayed in.
Right, I've done a 15.1 on the mediums. The fastest other medium lap is a 14.5, so.
Understood. Stopping this lap.
Did you get the invite, Oscar, or not? I'll try again when I get back to the pits. I'll make it that far.
Whoa.
Perfect.
Did someone get me there? Is that?
Box this lap, please. Box this lap. When driving with the pit assist disabled,
Oh, like
you'll need to be
clicked
mindful
me.
of your speed when entering the pit lane. If you hit the limiter line too fast, you'll pick up a penalty. Watch the on-screen prompts that show your target speed and distance to the limiter line.
Your AI, was it? Where's Rob? On an outlap at the moment. Hasn't set a time yet. Very good, Oscar. That Oscar popped straight into fourth. Yeah, nice. Who can we watch? Really tricky corner, that left-hander downhill brake. Front. Good at that section. On the medium tyre. Final section now. Bits of flat out. Too careful.
Well, I didn't think I did. Well, I was slower than my best lap. What I don't like with multiplayer is I've now got to fuck about getting around the track. Can't just do what I would do if I was playing solo, which is go straight back to the...
Aye.
What you really want is like a runoff after the finish line.
Like a loop-to-loop that goes straight back to the pit entry. That's true, actually, JBG. You could turn round and drive back to the pit entry.
Huh.
Yeah, you're right, Rob. You can. Yeah, cross the line, stop, turn round, and drive back to the pit entry. And auto recovery is not on either. But it won't send you the right way. Rob's on the fastest lap of his life. Practice. Got that start finished. Anyway.
I'll see if I can avoid the wall going into the pits this time.
Riding on board. Right, Rob's invalidated already. Was very slow in the...
I'd be interested to see whether I'm quicker doing that last corner in 6th gear, alpha lever, or whether I'm just lifting a little bit going through in 7th.
Trouble is, if
I
you
suspect
lift to 7th,
6th.
it'll be harder to accelerate than if
Yes.
you go flat to the floor and.
Yeah, that I typically am hanging off the ERS.
A minute beginning in the session. It'll
Right,
depend how
few
much wing
laps
you're running and
on. Yeah. So I'm right. Gonna get me funk on.
flexing up at the head of the field. 8/10 quicker than the next fastest runner, and on the medium, this guy was on the softs. Both can do on his hards. Again at the final corner. Well, for red, Paddy lap. Final sector as well. Something. Was on the softs though.
Oh, foe!
Maybe he's been in the background, I suspect, given his reaction. Family have been in touch. They're away this weekend. Sixth again, I would say, Doug. That's what I would take it in. Let's see what Bob is in. Off board. Bob was in fifth then, but he wasn't going. I would say 6th, personally. Nice, but it's McLaren livery. Taking the most 30 seconds of time. Oh, excuse me. Well, what's the worst that could happen, Rob?
Red is steaming. Let's get into the 114s. What's your best lap time there, Hawkins?
1:15.1 on the mediums. I did, and then you reverse back for another look. If you don't want to do any more laps, feel free to retire. We don't need to do the full practice, but
I just want to do a couple of laps on my body.
we've only got 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, get my arse in gear, won't I? Not so much to set a time, but just get a feel for it again.
Out goes JVG. Unsafe release. $20,000 fine.
Yes.
What are people's thoughts on Lawson and Tsunoda then?
They don't like Tsunoda, do they?
Well, it's I you know, for all I know, he just seems to is hot-headed the right word, but reactionary. If things go bad for him, he gets
calmed
really
down a lot.
He has, yeah. Yeah, they didn't give Lawson enough. I absolutely agree with that.
I don't think Lawson should have been there in the first place. That's what I don't understand. You know, everyone's saying, well, it's obvious Yuki will go there because he's the Red Bull backup driver. But then why didn't they put him there in the first place? Because
yeah, I mean they were grooming Lawson for that seat by putting him into the RB for the tail end of last season. You know, kicking Daniel out and putting him in. But it just wasn't enough. They should have been. What one of the commentators on Sky said, basically, they should have done what they did with Kimi. If they were convinced Lawson was going to be in the Red Bull this season, they should have done what they did with Kimi Antonelli, have him blasting around. Kimi did something like 10,000 kilometers in a 2-year-old Merc. Yeah, that's fair, Corn, but he does seem to put in the performances. I mean, where was he on the grid in China? Wasn't he like 4th or something? Was that for the sprint or? If you run after it, Rob, you might catch it. going to sneeze. Is that it fell out when you hit that gap? JBG practicing his Klingon. Yeah, I mean, the thing that people have said, the RB is a much different car to the Red Bull. They didn't used to be though, Doug. Red Bull's driver program used to be the driver program for a good few years. If you got into that, you were going somewhere. I mean, if you look at the drivers who've come out of it, Vettel, wasn't Mark Webber in the Red Bull program. Sainz was part of the Red Bull driver program for a while. So they used to be able to churn out the drivers easily. Yeah, exactly. The Red Bull is a much quicker car, but you have to tame it, which Max seems to be able to do, and so far no other driver has. Yeah, that's possibly fair, Oscar.
Yeah, I thought Yuki should have been the one in the car, and Lawson just wasn't ready. It's just too much of a leap. They're just stuck on the fact that Max jumped into that car when he was 17 and drove and they think that they can do that with any of their young drivers, but it just isn't going to happen like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem strange to only give him 2 races. All right, yeah, they were 2 pretty poor races. But
I think they knew. I think if they hadn't waited all season for Checo to come right, I think they would have given Lawson more time.
Right, the car's ready.
But because they waited all season for Checo to get his stuff sorted, they don't have another year to wait on another driver.
The thing was, Checo at this time last season, Red Bull had a 1-2 in the first 3 races, I think, didn't they?
It did, yes.
So, Checo was there and then all of a sudden just disappeared.
Well, he said that it started with was it Spain in 23?
Right.
That's when it started to go downhill, and they were just on the cresting the wave at the beginning of 24. Everyone's come out. Well, then I think that's Hawkins you going through there, isn't it, at the end?
Just going through the first corner.
Okay. I'm just ahead of you. I'll wait for you here. You're on a lap, yeah?
Yep. Do. was 1:12.8 for Rob, 1.4 quicker than me. That wasn't great, but I didn't think it was that great. Did screw up back corner. That's over the sausage curve. Sorry, Rob. I thought that was a car coming down the pit straight. Job rules are off.
Put me out of line. There was a car just sort of loitering on the racing line. It's almost certainly AI because they just like to just loiter around on the racing line. And of course it just took me right out of my whole line.
Okay, just 2 laps of fuel remaining now. Okay, we can take you this lap.
Nice to get in the 114s.
This and next lap invalidated. That's a bit unfair. Early, I'm still in sector 1. Oh no, I'm in sector 2, but even so.
Must be a delayed message, eh?
No, I did cut a lot of the track because I screwed up a corner, and then rather than come back on the track and risk slowing everyone down. I just drove on the grass for about 3 corners. But I was far from setting competitive times doing so. Okay, we're in P7. Over a second down. Ogwin Cheeky, thank you for the raid. Hello. We are doing GreyOps F1 Fridays. JBG and I, along with a few fellow racers, racing against 10 AI opponents. Wrong track, Cheeky. We might get to Silverstone, so stick around if you want. We're in Spain at the moment. How was your stream? How was Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown? That's the new one, isn't it? Have they you were, one of your complaints about that was lack of things to do. Have they rectified that? Or I started Watch Dogs on Thursday. I don't know whether you pop in for that. I don't think you did. Quite enjoyed it.
Our best lap, 1:13.
Oh, you did. Yes, you did. We were talking about it. They have somewhat. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you did drop in for Watch Dogs. I remember now. Let's try a minimum fuel run.
Okay, that's all the checks complete. We're ready to go.
That's right. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I didn't do much story-wise, but I was just generally exploring and getting to know the place.
Your car was fairly indestructible.
Fairly.
I watched you race around in a red car for quite a while.
Yeah. You can now have fun in Solar Crown. Oh, good.
Fuck off, game. Quite funny. It's not funny at all, actually. But you race around these tracks and you feel like you've nailed the apex. This tiny little sliver you've got to. Then you watch it on a replay, and the actual apex is about 10 foot wide.
Yeah.
You think, well, it doesn't look anything like it does in the game. Yes, now on this lap, they come around, everyone will be coming out of the...
See you in a bit, Cheeky. Thanks again.
Didn't hang around for long.
Probably off for food. He's just finished streaming, so either that or Call of Nature. One gear there, stuff this lap. We only made up a 10th there.
Oh, fuck off. I don't think it's destined to be.
Two tenths up until then. We can get back in time for another lap. It's down to 8 now.
Fuck off. I was not off limits. Box given.
Come on, boys. Turn it around quick. You could have just done a running tyre stop. Oh, you can't refuel though, can we? Fair point. Oh, that was on the same set of tyres as well.
All set, we're ready to go, so let's get the car out onto the track.
Should be plenty of time if I can get round to start this lap. Set the fastest sector 3. .3 behind Oscar, 1.2 behind Rob. Only 0.3 against the AI though, so I can gain 3/10, I can get up to 3rd. Ah shit, sorry, who was that? Wasn't paying attention, sorry Oscar. Oh well, you're already miles quicker than everyone else. Too busy chatting away and planning my own lap. Sorry about that.
And that's just 30 seconds left in the session.
Wow. Trying too hard, I think, was my problem there. I kept seeing that Red Dog was 4/10 faster. I'll catch him. I'll catch him. No, I won't. Wow, you go right around the top of there, do you? Interesting, I see where the tyre marks are. I've always cut it really close to the paper.
Yeah, you cut the entry, but run right around the outside. The way I drive it.
Yeah, it looks where the tyre marks are. I'm sure I would be following the line, but
I didn't improve there. I think I've definitely got the time in me to be up there with the guy in P3.
I do like Spain.
Yeah, I quite enjoy it.
Cookie, thank you. Good girl. I feel very safe with you growling on the gun.
I can't do that fast left-right chicane in the start of Sector 2. Right, don't ready up, people. Let everyone sort strategy out.
I think Spain is another one of these 17 laps.
Eight laps on the softs, 9 on the mediums, it reckons.
Yeah.
%48 were on lap 8. Not sure I like the sound of that. What would a medium hard look like? 5 seconds slower. What if we came in a bit earlier? No. I just feel like it'd be a bit more predictable. 30% were on lap 8.
I think the game estimate is a bit excessive. I remember I did a race with the AI on 100 AI, and I thought, oh my goodness, I'm going to be on the bloody rims of the wheels on lap 8,
Yeah.
but I actually was only just past 30%.
Okay. All right, well, I'm ready. Sound off in the chat if you're ready.
Let me just double check my strategy. Got the right one selected, which is always good. Yep, I'm good.
Okay, so we're waiting for Red and Oscar. Okay, just you then, Red. Okay, let's go. Take up 7 places off the start.
That's interesting. I can't see any cars behind me.
There's a reason for that. Right, how about lose 2 places off the start by a stupid dive?
All right, let's focus now for the rest of the race. DRS now enabled. DRS enabled.
Yeah.
Okay, good work. Great pass.
Get the DRS back.
I'm afraid you've been given a time penalty for that last incident, mate.
I haven't played it yet, cheeky. I've got the beta, but I haven't actually tried it. I'll hopefully give it a go tomorrow.
The car behind started to drop back. There's a gap beginning to form. Let's make the most of it.
Yeah, well, I've been working. Yeah, I know.
Watch out for understeer in the wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push, push. We've got a great chance of taking this position. Come on, you know what to do.
Yeah, not that. Two more track limit warnings. One more and I get another penalty. I've nearly lost it there. Nice if he lost DRS. It's going to be close. Still got it, but he's losing the car now.
We're approaching the pit window and you're going to be on mediums.
Get DRS on the guy in front if I can. Quick. You're a late move, Mr. AI. Get off wheel locking me. Well pitted, I guess.
Come on! Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Just fuck off.
Okay, be aware, the grip levels are going to start falling away soon. Box, box, we're coming in this lap.
Yeah, fuck it.
Right, let's have you in at the end of this lap, please. Remember, box this lap. Keep an eye on your distance to the speed limit line as you approach and make sure you don't speed. Okay, let's go now. Come on. That was a fantastic stop. Faster than we were expecting.
Fuck off, okay.
Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
The guy in front of me is on parts. Oh. go this way then. Off goes red, I think.
Okay, clear.
Oscar on the soft, so he has stopped starting on the mediums.
Okay, keep an eye on that gap ahead, please. 7.0 seconds.
Fuck. Think of your penalty.
Yeah. 6 seconds is probably going to lose me about 10 bloody places.
Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by. 8.8 seconds. You've lost some time to the car behind.
Maybe one more lap.
Those two left tyres take a beating, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, final lap. Let's go. Final lap.
Where am I going to end up? About 8th, probably. 9th. Well, that's better than previous races, I suppose. Oscar and Rob out in the lead. Yeah, just too many track limits penalties there. Finished ahead of Dog, but classified behind him because of the penalties. It's yeah, we're running 95 AI, which isn't super hard, but is obviously I think it is my sort of true pace is 95 AI, because I could battle with the leaders in the AI.
Mate, what's the point of me setting you an objective if you just
had one spin on that which messed me up. I was doing quite well actually. and then I spun coming out of the S's, or going through the S's.
I did that in Canada, dog. Both my penalties, I think, all 3 warnings were on the same lap. Like one on about lap 4 and another one on about lap 13 or something. If it's not your kind of game, then...
Right, let me just save the race, yep.
Okay. Well, you can advance past the podium now, and then you'll get the menu.
I have saved the race.
Right. Well, I need to go and refill my beer. Where are we next? Silverstone or Austria? Austria. Pretty sure it's Austria next, and then if we have time, Silverstone. We've done 2
Austria
races
is
in
next.
3 hours. Good point, Oscar.
I might go for a quick.
We're okay.
Are you going to have a break now? Are you?
I am. Yeah, I'm going to get a beer and go.
Should we? Should we advance this then and get the lobby into the practice?
Wait sort of 2 or 3 minutes just so I don't miss.
Well, I'm going to go for a break as well.
Yeah. So the guys who are left, wait sort of 2 or 3 minutes and then advance in practice. Going when I get. Don't particularly need practice. Didn't we raced Austria on Wednesday actually? So
I'll be back.
I will see you soon. Bye for now. Hey all. Yeah, so the reason for all the ads is I run 3-minute ad break whenever I take a timed break. It happens automatically. The idea being, if people watch ads now, anyone who joins later doesn't have to watch pre-roll ads. So that's my reasoning. Yes, it will make me some money, but with 8 viewers, it ain't going to be much, believe me. Yeah, I schedule a 3-minute ad break, and however many ads it gives you, that's then completely out of my hands. As I explained, Rob, I could send you my statement of income from Twitch, and I earn like $1.50 a month in ad income, so...
There'll be a lack of rubber out on track, so take it easy for the first couple of laps.
Thank you, Cheeky. Oscar's bashing in the faster sectors already. I like Austria. I think it itemizes it in the table, Cheeky. But as you say, it's such a small amount. It's barely worth looking at. Had a nice battle here with Dog on Wednesday, I seem to remember.
Okay, just want to remind you to keep an eye on your tyre temperatures, which you can do on the temperature panel of the MFD. We monitor carcass temperature and surface temperature, and you'll get the best performance when they're both inside a normal operating window. Surface temps tend to fluctuate faster, so try a few laps with the data open and get a feel for how to control them.
Oh no, it was a relatively new guy. Well, not new. Killian was the guy I had the battle with. "1070. This and next.
Right. Have a little wander around Austria then. At least I didn't mess up that first corner. Coming out of the pit.
Tricky old pit exit this track.
You can be in the middle of traffic if you're careful.
Well, the bend at the top of the hill is bad enough. Quick.
Okay, we've got 4 laps of fuel remaining.
Oh yeah. Just get this lap valid, for God's sake. 107.1. The mediums don't last very well. 19% and I've done 6 laps. Won't be running softs here then.
Okay, you need to come in before you run out of fuel. Pit within 2 laps. Alright, in this lap please, box this lap.
Right, cheeky.
When driving with the pit assist disabled, you'll need to be mindful of your speed when entering the pit lane. If you hit the limiter line too fast, you'll pick up a penalty. Watch the on-screen prompts that show your target speed and distance to the limiter line. Pitting this lap then. Come into the pits at the end of this lap. Okay, be careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage.
Well, that's not a great lap. I did much quicker lap. So, yeah, we're still in practice, GSXR. I'll grab you an invite if you're online. Okie dokie. Shout when you're on. We're still in practice, so there's no desperate rush. We've got short quali to come and then a 25% race.
So fastest lap currently 1 minute 07.8.
How's your week been, GSXR? All good, I hope. There you go, I see you online, so I've sent you an invite. Let me know if you need another one. Nice. I've got a house to myself, apart from a kitten, for the weekend. So he's feeling a little bit disgruntled with me for locking him back in his room while I stream.
Is he? Is he making kitteny sort of meow meow noises?
No, but he gave me a look as if to say, "What are you shutting that door for?"
The speed trap,
as I left.
191.4 miles per hour.
You heartless human, you. Don't you know I want to roam free and do cat things?
Yes, I am. I am the master of this house.
Yes. Not yet. He knows his place at the moment, but I'm sure that won't last.
I am sure it won't. No, Cookie. I'm in the middle of very important stuff.
There are a few cars out on track. Perhaps we should get out there before it gets too busy.
Yes. Red Dog's 1 second faster than me, and I've got to do something about it. Wait.
Yeah, Red Dog's nearly 4/10 quicker than me.
1 second faster than me. I haven't really particularly going. Oh, okay. Well, what's he got? Red Dog 1.7. I've done a 1.75. Okay.
Yeah, he did it on the softs. I was on the mediums. Yeah. And all of my fast laps were invalid.
Yeah, all the laps I did the fast pace on were invalid. I've done one valid lap, and that was my out lap. Session info. Right. I'm going to stick on these. Session info. Yeah, I just needed fueling, don't I? Go to track, drive. What was I stopping for? Oh, I'm just going to do it on hot now. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to go hot. Otter's going hot. Buckle up.
Watch that then.
You're away from your microphone. You probably know that, but just in case you don't.
I'm just lolling to the right when I should loll to the left, which is
when you're
my
lolling to
is.
the right, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
it defeats streaming.
Yes, only sort of. Quite a lot of streamers don't say anything. I might get more viewers that way. You never know.
Show your handsome side.
Well, yeah. Let's have JBD's telemetry in vision as well, so we can all have a laugh. Third gear around that corner, you sure? Yes. So JBG and I have been talking about future games. Oh dear, backwards Rob. Surely it's a forwards Rob that's the unusual one. Yeah, we've been discussing future games. Oops.
Oh, right, okay. Now is the time to...
You needed those bits, JBG, I think. You might want to go and pick... Yeah, you could drive the wrong way down the track into the pit lane. It will ghost you. Don't try this at home, kids. There you go, turn around. Yeah.
Stop waving your flag at me, mate. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, unless you're a Ferrari, the car goes better with those front wingy bits still attached.
Yes.
Oh, that lap was invalid, by the way, JBG.
Yes.
Can't think why.
I'm going to try some softs. It takes me a while to get my eye in on that first corner because
you can go through that a lot quicker than you think, and you can cut an awful lot of the inside of that track without getting a warning as well.
Yeah, well, I always seem to get a warning if I cut it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm probably taking the wrong angle.
Yeah, maybe.
But you know, this thing is like, the angle you take a corner, like I'm getting better at trail braking and turning the car into the apex.
Yeah.
And like especially practicing Canada, you have to get used to that. But I'm still learning it. It's just so many macro details you have to get used to, isn't it?
Yeah, so the release of Borderlands 4 is when? Is 20th of September, was it? Something like that, JBG?
Yes-ish.
And we were talking about potentially trying to get in a playthrough of Borderlands 3 before then. I guess the advantage, even if we finished that early, we could still do one of the shorter DLCs so that we're ready to play on release day, or the first stream after release day. Like a complete mug, I've already pre-ordered F125, so I did get a relatively generous discount for being a something.
What did you pay for it? About £65?
No, it's less than that. It was less than 60. It was 50, 58, I think, something like that. I was quite surprised because I'm sure I paid about 70 for F124, even with the loyalty discount, whatever they call it. Look at GSXR's times. $16.5 in Sector 1, 29.2 in Sector 2. So he's faster in Sector 2. Well, he's there or thereabouts in the first two sectors. 105.7 puts him into second. So yeah, there or thereabouts. I was really disappointed in the epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2. See, I didn't call it Red Dog Redemption then. That was good. Red Dead Redemption 2. I had an excellent name for my horse in mind, given that all of the Rob-themed names I'd used for my 3 horses in the main story. And then we got to the epilogue with this incredibly witty name in mind. It wouldn't let me rename my horse. That was a bit of a shame. Dog is retired with a 107.0. I think I can do a low 106, maybe even a 105. Not necessarily a low 105, but
at least I'm in the sub 17s.
Beating me. He plumb last. What was that? The soft though?
Softs.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Soft hot lap.
I'll let you off for that one then.
I just wanted to get a good time in.
We've also got the release of Mafia 4 this year in quarter 3, I think, is all they've said so far. I haven't given a date. Really looking forward to that one.
After all the hoopla about Assassin's Creed, turns out it's just not a very good game.
Well, I thought it's one of the most popular on Steam in terms of either reviews or something.
It's got apparently, like, once you're a third of the way into the game, largely you've done everything you're going to do in the game, and then just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I mean, Black Flag was kind of like that. It was very repetitive, but it was all the repetitive stuff was fun. Daydreamed. What happened, Rob? Talking about horse names. Yeah, Black Flag was very repetitive, but it was all...
No, it's like you go to each castle, all the elite baddies are all in the same place. The treasure chest is in exactly the same location in each castle.
Oh, okay.
No variation, you just like doing the same thing to a different castle every time, allegedly. I've had that from 2 different fairly well respected, like Asmongold and some other guy that in that tier.
Why is elite baddies? Your phrase, Oscar.
What was that?
Well, if you're keeping up with the chat, JBG.
Well, you Oscar
never,
again.
Never thought I would hear JBG say the elite baddies. Gonna have to mark that out of my bingo card.
Ah.
What phrases have you got for me on your bingo card then, Oscar? I suppose that would be telling. Ooh,
105.2. Out.
Yeah. Whenever bingo comes up, I always tell the story about my French teacher running a bingo. Swear words? Yeah, running bingo. Where basically we all had to pick the numbers for our cards. So we were all filling out writing out the numbers on the cards before we actually played the bingo. And she got called out of the classroom or something for 5 or 10 minutes. So we all chose exactly the same numbers. So obviously we all won at the same time.
Good time. Red Dog's right up there. Look at that. On 6th.
Nice. On the softs again.
Yeah, Red Dog seems to have taken well to having a wheel.
So, yeah, nearly 2 seconds ahead of me, Red Dog. Take a clip. Go for it, Red.
Right, should I try another lap?
Well, thanks for your company, Dog. There's not a lot you can do about retiring, really. It's just going to put your AI in, so it's not the end of the world. You'll probably win this race. Or actually, no, you'll probably come 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, if you leave it to your AI, yeah. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere close to low 106s.
I can't remember my times, but I'm pretty sure I can do a 106.
I think I could probably do a 106.5.
Actually, can I see my lap times in the race director? Yes, I can. I did a 106.5, which was invalidated, obviously. So,
In the name of practice.
F05, is that an iRacing thing, Oscar? I really should try iRacing, but I think I'm such a low-skilled driver that trying to drive multiple driving games would just make me bad at all of them. So, whereas at least I'm average at F1.
Car coming up on the left.
Oh, okay. You realise in 10 or 15 years when Josh, is it Williams? What's Choco's surname? I could probably find it in here. Reynolds, isn't it? Is it Reynolds? Not Rose, that's the wrong Josh. Can't remember his name anyway. Yeah, in 10 or 15 years' time, you'll hear that name. And now I'll hand you over to Josh in the commentary box. Hello, everybody. Alongside me is Martin Brundle.
who's out there. GSXR is. He's going even quicker. Oh no, 3 seconds down now. Get backed off on this lap. Is there anybody else of us who hasn't retired? No, GSXR, you're the only one left practicing, although there's only a minute and a half left anyway. So
I blew that. I had.
LJBG's in as well.
I was never going to get to 106.1, but I would have been 603, 604, but I lost 2/10.
What did I say? I set a 165 on the medium, so knock maybe half a second off that. Could probably get down into the low sixes, maybe into the fives.
I could do a 105 in F123.
Oh well. Is his name still Josh something, or is it's chocolate again? Oscar. That was why I was looking. I was trying to remember what his surname was.
Driver behind.
Okay, fair enough.
Driver ahead.
I think he changes it depending on what he's doing. Yeah, when he's commentating on Creator Series, for example, I think he uses...
GXR just did a 104.
Yep. On the softs, though, but even so. I could have him if I could be bothered.
What's interesting, so that's like PSL level... If you're looking at levels, that's like PSL level 7 or 8. I was watching Formula Kai, and he's PSL level 7, and he was in 103 high, one high 103s.
Right, let's see what we can do in quali then.
What I do miss is the chat. Do you know what I mean? Like the Discord chat that we used to do, where everyone was in on it.
Oh, I see. Well, we could do that with this. We could publicize a link that lets people join.
Yeah.
We should maybe run a test with, say, Red and maybe Rob sometime in one evening in the week, maybe Tuesdays. How are Tuesdays for you? The Tuesday's a free night for me. And Monday is this week, actually, because SDRL's finished.
Has it?
Yeah.
Who won it?
Takubi in the end. It was a very, very close final race.
He was very strong and consistent all the way through, wasn't he?
Yeah. But so was Barban, so there was only 2 points in it before the final race.
Barban's had enough. His races were largely up and down.
Yeah.
And he would finish high.
The report's good. We're looking at a dry session.
Said, drive out, mofo. Just do it.
Okay, when you're ready, let's go.
Yeah, it's definitely worth watching the final race because Barban started from dead last as well.
Right.
And got up to like third or fourth by lap 6 or 7. And he, in the DRS train for the lead.
In the Diamond League, and then there's a scope but they're all good. Doesn't look like anyone's on a lap.
I wouldn't have thought so. We've only just started.
Your teammate is holding you up.
That's me.
Oh.
You pulled over, so I went past.
Oh, but then you just stopped beside me.
I
was like,
stop.
Get out of the way.
I'm on an outlap. I'm taking my time, getting my tyres into the correct condition.
Fuck off. Fuck off, game.
I think that's the best I've ever done, turn 3. .105.2 is the current pole.
Yeah, it's going to go down to low 104s, I reckon.
Yeah, that's the AI doing that as well. So if GSXR does qualify. .106.1.
I'd be interested to see how many laps you can do here. So I just said drive out.
Well, one hot lap and I'm at 4%. That's an out lap and a hot lap. You're probably talking about 3% a lap. But Rob tried softs in one of these races once, and they only lasted about 3 laps.
I've done one warm-up lap and I'm 3%. Fuck off!
Right, we're right on the cusp now. We've been pushed down to P11.
.105.3. Purple final sector. Oh, P2. Behind an AI though, which means the likes of Rob and Oscar are going to go much quicker on me. dickhead.
Confirmed. We'll receive you at the end of this lap.
It's got a little snap of oversteer in that fast chicane towards the end, and it just pushed me off. Right. Purple sector 1 and 2 as well. .1050 for Rob.
Okay, just 2 laps of fuel remaining now.
So I might be able to knock a 10th or 2 off. How are we doing for time? 9 minutes. Should be able to get another couple of runs in if I'm quick.
Okay, our best lap so far, 1:05.3. Okay guys, everyone be aware, the car's ready to go.
So are Oscar and GSXR just not bothering then, or are they still in actually? Ah, there's McLaren, I guess that's GSXR, has been out on the intermediates. Take it easy, Rob.
Trying to get some good laps in rather than focus on a...
Okay, we've only got 1 lap of fuel remaining. Understood. Stopping this lap.
Time. Trouble is, these softs go off so quickly. You're scared to do anything with them, and even just on the outlap.
Yeah, well, I that's why I do very slow outlap. I keep an eye on the temperatures and just try and keep them up green. But otherwise, I'm driving as slow as I can on the outlap to conserve the tyres as much as possible.
Yeah, I always think I like to try and go a little bit sort of on pace so that
Okay, engines fired up, we're set.
You got Oscar right behind you, so if you could take him out, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Are you on a lap?
I'm not. I'm on a warm-up. Are you?
I'm starting one now.
Oh, it's not you behind me then. .1038 for Oscar.
Are you doing another
1051? No. Don't know if that was quicker or not. It says it's my quickest lap, but
I did the lap that I thought I was going to do at the beginning.
Tenth behind Rob. 1.2 behind Oscar. You didn't do a very good job taking him out.
Oh, I missed.
Okay, once we get to the actual race, if we can leave people time before you ready up, let people enter setups and strategies and the like.
Fuck.
Interesting line.
Federated coming out of the first corner by about the hair's width.
Yeah. Ooh, I stand a chance here then. Although we got GSXR coming from the back. So if Rob and Oscar disappear, that effectively puts me first human
on the grid.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Oscar. Would have been nice if Rob had done the same, maybe, but hey ho. So remember, give us a chance to enter setups and strategies. I think it's going to be a medium hard.
Let me have a quick look because team telemetry will tell you what your average wear is.
Right. Yeah, it's a medium hard in the game anyway.
Tab window. Career. If I go to Austria.
Whoops, no.
Yeah, oh wow. Yeah, so the wear on the softs is about 3.6 to 4 per lap.
Yeah.
But the wear on the mediums is 1.92 with me racing.
Yeah. The game reckons 9 laps on the soft would get you to 63%.
It seems to be saying otherwise here. I'm going to go mediums and softs where I'm going with it. Maybe just
mediums would do virtually the full race. So you could do medium soft.
Do like 4 laps at the end.
Yeah. Reckons it's 2 seconds slower.
I don't really trust that.
Yeah. I think I'm just going to stick with the medium hard. The hards will be still brand new practically by the end of the race, but thank you, Red. GSXR, let us know when you're done setup and strategy wise. I think I'm about done. I'm going to go 8 and 10, and I might extend. Okay, so it's just you then, JBG.
Yeah.
Assuming Oscar is going to crash it. You ready, JBG?
I'm debating my choices.
The life choices.
Yeah, right. I've got the right strategy selected. Good to go.
Oh, it's actually showing Rob as ghosted rather than dropping him to an actual AI. That'll help.
This first corner won't be carnage at all, will it?
No. If you could pull to the right for me, Oscar, and block everybody behind me, that'd be nice. Didn't mean it, Oscar, but thank you.
I've got an a ghosted AI car right in my face.
That'd be Rob, I think. I know Rob's in second, so it might be Dog. He said he was leaving as well, didn't he?
Okay, DRS is now available.
I did, but I was half joking, but thank you.
Okay, clear.
Jesus fucking Christ. That's the trouble with this AI. It's like a bloody bus stop going round turn 3.
Let's use overtake and burn off some of this energy.
Oh, okay. Trying to operate a menu and racing driver obviously is not my forte.
Great manoeuvre. You made it look so easy.
I did make it look easy, Mark, because I drove through him.
Green flag.
Why Rob's AI is so much quicker than all the others. There's GSXR with a 106 fastest lap.
How come we've got ghosted AI cars?
It's the humans who retired.
We're approaching the pit window now, and you're going to be on hards next time.
Not a lot of fun, is it?
What do you mean?
Driving against a ghosted car.
Yeah, I know.
Especially when they can just drive through you.
So I can drive through him as well.
I know, but we go. Customary spin.
Moment, we'll call it. Wasn't quite a spin.
Yes, almost.
Look out for a bit of understeer when trailing the car ahead. They're going to be giving off dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres, so try to get past.
Must have been close to getting a warning there.
Yeah.
Push now, we're boxing this lap.
I just dropped something in my footwell.
I'm sitting in water here. I don't know what it is. We think it's the water. Oh, thank you for that great insight.
Okay, pit in this lap and remember the speed limit. We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach.
Hawkins going for the undercut.
Right, let's go, come on. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
Trouble is, you're now out of DRS, aren't you?
Yeah, but only for a lap, probably. I was out of DRS anyway.
Were you?
And I was giving DRS to the car behind, so it was no bad thing. You got the race engineering page link saved?
Well, I think I used to load it from your
Okay, gap to the car ahead.
Discord.
10.6 seconds.
I'm at 1.7 behind Rob, so I've gained a little bit. Was over 2 seconds behind before the pit stop.
The car ahead of you's just fitted the hard tyres. Car ahead now on the hard compound. Remember to play around with ERS modes in your MFD if you need to.
MP2 to Rob again. 1.8 behind.
Some of the AI are having a real old battle.
Keeps them away from me, then good.
Yeah, it's the 2 cars behind you.
Pretty good, thanks, Dark Boulder. How are you doing? How's your week been?
Doing good, thank you very much. I'd like to be finishing nearer the pack, but I've spun off a few times. That's what I need to improve at, is because when I practice, of course, I practice with instant replay or whatever it's called, flashback.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
At least you avoided the wall.
Okay, let's try and get those
Really
places
lost
back.
out to Prepsy there.
And Marcus.
Oh yeah. He was actually going quite slow.
We've got a lot of spare energy. Okay to use your overtake button.
Back in their DRS, so.
Just.
Off a second.
Well, you're boxed in there.
Yeah. Thought I might get both of them, and in the end I got neither.
And the AI always seem to have the perfect acceleration, don't they?
Yeah.
They always disappear so quick. Like every time they have it nailed on perfect. You gonna do it?
Not on this straight.
Oh,
he's wheel hooked me,
unlucky.
you bastard.
Yes. They'll do that to you. I think you just left 5% of your tyres on that last corner.
Good job. Nice overtake.
Nice move. Hold it for the next turn. Cool. If it doesn't come side.
More lap. I get another place if I'm lucky. I was so robbed by that wheel hooking at turn 3.
Yep.
You just can't turn.
No. Yeah. How do you? They do all that. It's a very, yeah, it's a limited AI, I think.
Final lap, final lap. Push, push. That was quite boring, actually. I wanted a bit more action.
Yeah, so did I, but some AI robbed me.
It was a good race, though.
Yeah. If I had that little spin that let Rob past.
Yes. If you hadn't...
That semi-spin.
Yeah, that one little spin. That's what I need to get better at, is consistency. Like Red Dog is really consistent, what I can see. Not always the fastest, but he just puts in lap after lap after lap. Yeah, he ended up here. Is Red Dog still in?
Yeah, I think so.
There he is. Okay. He was last of the...
Look at GSXR's.
But it is a 95 AI.
105.9. The AI were blocking like anything. I was following two of them up towards turn 3. Thought I was going to get them both. They basically just fanned out and drove side by side. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's the GXR pilot saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just stopped. I know it was the AI stopping that took me out. They all just like stopped for a fag on turn 3, and I just couldn't avoid. I avoided about 3 cars and then went into the 4th and 5th.
That's 1:45. Want to do about Silverstone?
I think we should. We're not. I think we should do Silverstone next week.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I would love to do it tonight, but yeah, it's going to be 2 o'clock before we get done.
Yeah. Sounds fair.
And at least it's a feature race. We can advertise it, maybe get a few more people in.
Yeah. Okay. Good timing then. Thank you to everyone who's joined us. Red, GSXR.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good session. I enjoyed that.
Rob, Oscar, Dog. Anyone who's watching who would be interested in joining this sort of session, join my Discord server, !Discord in the stuff there. There is a special channel on there, so you won't be able to see it unless you ask for access. We're trying to limit this to people we know are courteous drivers, shall we say, non-dirty, considerate. We don't care if you're not the fastest, if you occasionally spin, that's all fine. But if someone overtakes you and the red mist comes down and you ram them off the track, then sorry, you're not welcome.
I did that with signs the other day, actually.
Fair enough.
He just wouldn't leave me alone. It was 100 AI, and he was at the back, and I was like at 19th, and he was 20th. Well, no, I was 21st, and he was 22nd, because I had world car, and so you get added to the grid in your world car with. I was using Jensen Button, cohort.
Yeah.
And so Sainz was right at the back. I think he spun. I think it was actually Austria as well. He spun on turn 4 and then got himself out of the gravel, just hounding me. And in the end, he came up on the inside of me. I think he just banged wheels against me, and I just turned in against him. The red mist descended.
Yes. Yeah, it's bad enough when people.
I wouldn't do it against a person.
Yeah, it's bad enough when people do that in a 5-lap race, but when you have someone do that on lap 3 of a 25% race or something, it's a little bit frustrating, shall we say? So we don't.
Because that was a brilliant overtake on turn 3 you had on those 2 cars.
Yeah, well, I think I would never have done that against a human, because the AI. Once you get alongside the AI, they will give you room.
Well, he didn't give you a lot of room. He took out your back wheel.
Oh, that's true. That one that wheel locked me. But generally, they won't turn in on you. Let's say, at least. So you can do a bit of a Spitfire move.
Yeah,
bit of dive bombing.
Cool.
Anyway, so that was that. That was that 3 races?
That was 3 races.
Canada, Spain, Austria. Yeah. So that's a good number to be doing on a Friday night, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, as I say, join my Discord server, !Discord, in the chat. You'll need to ask to be given access to the GreyOps F1 Fridays channel, or whatever it's called. Thank you, Red Dog, as ever. Always a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you, Red Dog. I enjoy trying to chase you down, even though I failed.
Yes. So I probably won't be on Sunday afternoon because it's Mother's Day, and I'll almost certainly be picking Mrs. H up from the station, and then we're going out for dinner. No SDRL this Monday. So maybe I'll do a stream on Monday. We'll see. There you go, JBG.
Yes, I had I was right behind you, Red Dog, in Spain. I think I overtook you. But I just made a mistake. That's what I do. Yeah. Is like I'll get into a rhythm and then I'll just make one little mistake and then that'll be it.
Yeah, I've definitely reduced mine, but they're still there. And they happen at the worst possible moments most of the time.
I've turned off. I've started turning off flashback on courses I'm trying to prepare for.
Yeah.
So that I get into the habit of thinking when I'm doing something that this could be it.
Yeah, yeah.
Rather than just that sort of... And it has made a difference, but I turned flashback on. Now I've got this sort of Amiga stand for the racewell and everything.
Yeah.
I've been busy just trying to hack around and see if I can improve my speed.
Yeah, you do have a tendency to just pile it in knowing that, oh, well, I'll just do a flashback if I end up crashing or whatever.
Yeah, but without the flashback, you do learn to have that little background process. Like, well, if I do that, there's an increased chance I'm going to spin here, and then that'll be it. I can't flash it back.
Yeah. The AI has Red Dog's number. Yeah, they're a bit sneaky sometimes. They're not.
They're painful.
Yeah.
And they go around a tight corner at the beginning of the race, and they all just stop.
Yes, that's not helpful. Yeah, I think my level is about 90 probably. I can just about battle with 95 on a track I'm relatively good at.
Yeah, 90 to 95 I would say is where you're at.
Yeah.
I'm 80 to 85.
So yeah. All right, well hopefully we will see you again at some point. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy Mother's Day. It's not Mother's Day over on the other side of the pond, is it? They do it. Always panics me when you see web pages saying, "Are you ready for Mother's Day?" And you think, "Hang on, it's not Mother's Day yet." Yes. All right. Well, thank you for your company, everybody. As usual, I was AD,
and I was JBG,
and that's Cookie, and we were GreyOps. Take care, everybody. Have fun, and we will see you soon.
Bye bye.
There you go. GSXR. They're doing Mother's Day some other time. Anyway, yes. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.